from the larger story, Children of Gaia.
Oneshi Press is creating a community of fans who enjoy progressive and immersive worlds like the ones that we're building, and we want to invite you to join us.
We're using Patreon, a subscription-based crowdfunding platform, to accept support from fans who love gorgeous books, and to give them rewards in return for their support.
Our supporters can opt in to receive all kinds of goodies when they become part of the Oneshi community. Personalized letters and selfies from characters, 3D drawings, even cameos in our books.
And access to exclusive works in progress as work continues on all of our projects.
One of our favorite rewards, which is made possible by our patrons, is the weekly live stream, during which Jayel streams live on Twitch TV as he creates art for our projects.
Join me live every Tuesday night to watch me create art and to chat with me and other Oneshi Press fans and supporters. Watch in real time as the art takes shape.
At Oneshi Press, we build immersive, progressive, gorgeous worlds.
And you're invited to explore them. Come join us. Feel good about it?
Yeah?
Woo! You're the best! You're awesome! We love you! You're so cool! Thank you! John should have picture. Alright. Going, everybody. Sorry about that. I just needed to, got to a little bit of a late stream today. Ready. Right into it. Just making sure everything is turned on and good to go. I'm going to put on some music here. Groovy. Am I coming in okay? Loud enough? Clear enough? Music to voice ratio decent? Too loud on the music? Let's see. So today I'm trying an experiment. I'm running Adobe Photoshop and I'm doing a digital stream, but I'm running my computer in Windows Classic mode. So I'm hoping that that will free up some hardware for Photoshop to get what it needs without, without stuttering and crashing and all that stuff. So we'll see how this goes. Just gonna test my chat. So it seems that worked. Okay, great, thank you. The other thing that I'm trying that's a little different is I don't have Chrome open, so I'm not actually previewing my stream. I've been doing that for quality control and also because the chat in Twitch shows me emotes, whereas my drunk bot, my Unk Heart chat, does not show me emotes, and also if someone sends me a whisper, it just shows up in my chat, so I don't know what to whisper unless they tell me whisper. And that I'm sure is a setting that I can fix, I just don't know how, and I've had other priorities in terms of getting my stream to work right. I'm really trying to make sure that I'm using the technology as effectively as possible, including software and hardware, so it's a lot to take in. But anyway, tonight's experiment is, based on my Windows settings. We'll see if that helps things along. Actually, so I'm going to start this, I think, with my mouse. Do all the mechanical bits, like getting the colors right and everything first before Wacoming. And what I want to do, I think, is open up one of my older pages to make sure that my colors are accurate, right, and like them. Go with page 3 because that shows Tracy in her living room. This is page 9, so a little bit has changed, and it's a different angle on her living room, so, you know, it's not going to be exactly the same thing, but, and at least make sure that the general lighting colors are so I'm going to turn off any of my adjustments, because that will affect my colors. Sure. Don't have any background adjustments on. Okay, so now what I should have is or have a crap folder. Yep, that contains wall. Okay, cool. What I do here, first and foremost. Select the right layer. That's necessary. I'm going to select everything that's background. Got my tolerance a bit so I'm not mixing things. I'm just going to grab everything that's background and leave it on its own layer. J to copy inverse onto it. Now what we should have, yep, just the foreground stuff. Own layer. I'm going to move this into my characters. Basically, I just do that because, you know, a lot of times I like to put textures and gradients and stuff in the background, and it's, you know, it's just better to have everything separated. So, let's see what we've got here. Wrap folder. I have a wall copy, and I'm going to make 1, 2, 3, 7 different iterations of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Leave the original in here just so I always have it in this folder whenever I open up, you know, a new Tracy Queen document. I'll save this and delete all the stuff that's specific to this page, and then open it up in a new page. So that actually saves some time for me. Let's see what we've got. Real quick and simple. Do an approximation of the actual border size. Can put this on. I have snapping turned on, which is a Photoshop feature that will snap anything that's moving or transforming. You know, anything on the X and Y axis will snap to other shapes, but will also snap to guides. And I have guides out here. See these blue lines? Those are my external guides for my artwork. This in panel 2. 3. Do I have guys? I've got like extra guys. every time you stomp on every time you jump into a brick, I don't know. I wanted to make a video game joke. I failed. Guys! 4, 5, and then I think. Actually, yeah. Okay, so we'll do this. And it appears that I've left some background in on this layer, so I'm just going to delete that real fast. Five background. Six and 7, I could easily just use one background for both. However, I want these two to be clearly visibly separated. So I'm going to use different iterations of this background gradient anyway, just to help, you know, clearly visually separate these two panels, which are super squished together. I'm not exactly sure how the letterer is going to deal with this, but she's super crafty and super clever, so I'm sure she can figure something out with breaking the panels, like maybe some of the dialogue will be over here for this panel, or something like that. I'm sure at times she probably feels like the amount of confidence that I have in her is a curse. Her. Alright, so now we can see this is all getting pretty sorted, pretty separated. See how I handled the floor. Okay, so the floor is just a simple gradient. I wonder if I have that whole sample of this floor right over onto this document. Save it in the scrap. Well, okay, first I should make sure that it's what I mean by that is it's shaped specifically for a panel on the previous page. What I'm gonna do, just get this about straight. Now that'll be my saved scrap copy layer. Make sure that it's straight. Rectangle tool at the edges, because that'll help me later when I am skew it in place to fit a frame specific detail. See what I mean in a second. Talking about that floor. That floor is for panel 5. This is probably like an example of the most amount of panels that you'd comfortably want to deal with in a page. I mean, honestly, this extra panel was kind of an afterthought here because originally these two panels were supposed to be one. And I wanted to have this close-up of her laughing, and then afterwards I was like, oh right, but I gotta have her pass the hookah hose to Nicola. So I kind of messed that up, and then I was like, oh, I'll just make a smaller panel off to the side, which is working, but, you know, could be better. It's not ideal. Right, so now we have backgrounds worked out. Let's talk about blurring the character. I want to give Tracy same midtones whenever she's in the same environment. So like in her living room, unless the lighting changes. Unless the lighting changes for some reason, like later on in the book she gets an extra light or a different kind of light or something. You know, she should look the same, which means she'll be the same colors whenever she's in this particular. Super easy to mess that up when you're using like adjustment layers. They change the colors. So like if, for example, if I had a adjustment layer turned on, see, it changes the color of everything. So if I went to select this and then put it on that page, then when I turn the adjustment layers on that page, everything will be the wrong color. So there's some, you know, care to this part. Not all just, you know, easy clicking, but so bad either. Tootsies! Tracy Tootsies! Okay, so now got this like kind of dark green couch going on. These lime green pillows on it. Got a nice color scheme. Wonder who her interior decorator is. I'd like their number. For the next time I'm in the market for having an apartment interior decorated. Now, even though I want these pillows to be kind of like a bright limey green, I want to be able to highlight them, so I want the mid-tone color not be too bright, otherwise the highlights won't even show up like anything. I could always change these colors later. For now, I'm just approximating. See how it looks once I go over it with some colors. I actually kind of like that lamp just being gray like that. I don't mind the hookah spout. Ah, now another trick. This has to be her standard lacquer enamel colors. buckets and do it the opposite. This is the edge that light is hitting the most. Shadowed edge. Lips in the right basic color scheme. Maybe from the side you wouldn't even actually see. You don't want to be silly. Again, be able to shade on the eyeballs. Don't want the whites to be white. So I'm going to shade with highlights. And the brown of her eyes is darker than that, but not as dark as her hair. So let's pick the hair color to start with and just lighten it up. Now for the brightest hot spots in the eyes, I could actually just also save that for highlights later. I'm J Squared. What up? Hey, what up, J Squared? How's it going tonight? Sorry, I didn't see a new message in my chat. Just kind of zoned out, you know, doing my thing. Yeah, how's everything going? Thanks for stopping by. Feel free to ask any questions about what I'm doing, or, you know, try to be as informative as possible. Right now, you know, I'm just doing the flat colors, and everything on here is going to be shaded with a highlight layer afterward. Good, man. I'm a fan. Oh, thanks. Awesome. I really appreciate that. I'll just watch creepy like. That's totally fine. Feel free to lurk. You know, I don't ever want to make anyone feel on the spot or anything. But I appreciate you stopping by, and I definitely appreciate you saying hi. So yeah, right now everything is going to look a little weirdish because, again, these are just my base colors. Hopefully I'll get through plopping in all the base colors pretty fast, and then one part, which is, for me anyway, is fun part. Going to be putting in all the highlight colors and all that stuff. Oh yeah, feel free to head out and come back and do what you gotta do. So what I wanted to make sure that I'm keeping everything consistent, so you'll notice I'll probably, you know, keep coming back to these other pages to check things and make sure I remember you know, accurately what colors I've used where, and it's all a little bit of a process. Want to do or that I've got feed on. She uses the blue for scabbard wrap, and this will be the same blue metal enamel end of her scabbard. Forgot what that's called. Tip of the scabbard. Anyway. And I believe her hookah hose is like a gold color. Should probably make it a little darker than that so that I can comfortably put highlights on it. Basically everything that I'm coloring now is like the darkest values. Reason for that is that I can add the lighter values. You gotta start dark if you up just. Alright, now what I need to do, grab solid reference of Nicola's color scheme, but I only have him in the basement so far. So this is the first time we're seeing him like in the living room. So the colors can vary a different degree of like brighter, more saturated, but they should still be the basic layout will be the same. I'm gonna keep that open on my monitor. You guys won't be able to see it, but I will, but, you know, whatever, it's a trade-off. It'll be out of my way so I can work. That works. Let's make this wine a little darker. Redder. Little things I forgot. Up 'em. Getting the right colors here. Ding. Trying to plow through to get to the point where I can like start on the shading, because that's kind of my favorite part. But real easy to get ahead of myself, do things quick, and mess up something that hopefully I might realize later is messed up, but always the possibility of not realizing it. Gotta be full intelligence. Not much, just a little. At least for this. Eyes might. And his mask might not be saturated enough. Try this. Bam. Blam. Bam. Ammo. Louis. Alright, so we'll use Tracy's hair color for his eyes. We'll get this nice kind of gray that I got before for the actual eye color, except for when they're blown out, like shiny. Like in a big panel like this, where you can see the whites of the eyes next to the iris. I really want them white because I want to be able to highlight them. Can't very well highlight. Personal, exciting developments today. I hold off until the few more people in the stream make my energy. Rogue! How are you? How it going? And thanks for stopping by. Always super cool to see, you know, a familiar face. Friend is hanging out in my chat. Definitely appreciate it. It's been good. How are you? Yeah, not bad. Today's been quite a day. Accomplished a good many things today. Basically, like, started working when I woke up this morning and continued working on other stuff, obviously. Well, not obviously. On other similar related projects, and continued working right up until time to stream. It's been a long day, but definitely not a bad day. Productive day. Which I would definitely take a productive day, not productive day anytime. How about you? You working on anything fun? Anything new? Started working on a teddy bear for a friend. Awesome. Like a tangible teddy bear or like an illustration of a teddy bear? Something you can snuggle? Tell me. Tangible. Awesome. Cool. That's super fun. I posted in the art tab of a GIF I made on Discord. Okay, cool. I might, on my break, I'll pop open my Discord and check it out. Or maybe I'll check it out before then. I've been basically shutting down everything that's not exactly what I'm using to stream, because I've been having some computer problems lately. So it's basically what I'm trying right now is kind of like the elimination diet, but for software. Like, turn everything off, and then try turning on this thing, and see if that helps, and then try turning on that thing, and see if that helps. So far, you know, running my stream in Windows Classic mode and having, like, every program that I'm not using off, my stream has been running really smoothly, better than it has been. I'm gonna try, like, introducing new elements one at a time, and seeing if there's, like, you know, any one particular culprit, or if it was just that I had, you know, just simply too many things going on at once. But yeah, I gotta figure it out. I mean, honestly, I need a new computer, but, you know, there's a ton of things that I need and will not be getting anytime soon, so you know how it is. I gotta prioritize. Figure out, you know, how to make what we've got last as long as it can. So far though, so good. My experiment, just the only things that I'm running right now are Photoshop, UncBot, OBS, and what the heck is it called? Foobar, a new music player, which is like a super lightweight music player. And with only those things running and Windows in classic mode, I have not had any problems. So far, you're sounding much better this stream. Cool, thanks, good to know. Yeah, I've been tinkering away, trying to get the stream as good as it can be. And once I get it as good as it can be, I'll try to get it better. Because, you know, just one of those people who loves to try and ice skate uphill. Hooty hoo! Itokaga! What is happening? Thanks so much for stopping by. I love seeing that name in my chat. I love it. I'm just concentrating on a thing for a moment, but I will give a little zoom out and show you all what I'm working on. Concentration face. So what's happening, Itokaga? How's your day been? What's new? What's the good word? Show me all the things. All of the things. No, I think his lips should not be the same color as the inside of his mouth. It's confusing. I don't like it. Make his lips the same color as his eye band. Separate them out separate them out a little. Come on. What is this, my first day clicking on things? Hey, yeah, I've been using my concentration face all day. Can't wait to show you this Assassin's Creed jacket inspired, Assassin's Creed inspired jacket I'm working on. It's pretty intense. That sounds freaking cool. Yes, I can't wait to see it. I'm assuming it's not in a place where you want to show your progress yet. Guessing. Where you probably would have been like, post this. In which case, there is a place you can post on my Discord channel. Actually, Rogue just posted something she's working on there. I will try to check as soon. It's like pirate, colonial, samurai all rolled into one. Yep, that is the hallmark of the Assassin's Creed aesthetic, right? Super cool. Love that. Why did my music just... So, apparently with this Fubar player... Oh, I'd be glad to. Okay, cool. So, you can post on my Discord. This should pull up a link, I think. Yeah. So, follow that link. Google Chrome. No, it's not what I meant to do. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna open my Discord, because now there's like multiple things going on with it. Let's see. And I guess this is a good experiment, because if indeed my thing starts skipping while Discord is open, we'll know. I try to... I'll try to share it. I have the Discord. I'm gonna go to my channel here and go to the Your Art Here chat. Ah, that is a cute GIF, Rogue. Super cute. Is that Rogue? Is that a GIF you made? Just gonna be a minute on my end. Yeah, no worries. Thanks. Yeah. I made it. That's awesome. I love it. Horrible. Okay, so I think my page is in proper mid-tone shape. I'm gonna try to get the next page all mid-toned out before I take a first break of the evening. So, oh yeah, we could also see if you want to turn all this stuff back on. See how it looks, all things and stuff, it's all lettered. This is page 3. Streamed, I don't even know how many weeks ago, but because I'm working on quite a few different projects, so they're all spaced out different. But this is the letterer. Awesome job. putting in all the sound effects and text. That's groovy. Close that without saving. Open up page 10. Woo! Woo! And more of the same, except this page a little confused. Do here is just fix something real quick. And well, not exactly delete out, but that's interesting. I must have some kind of adjustment layer. I do! Aha! See, that's what I was talking about before. Adjustment layers can really F up your ability to accurately pick colors. If you forget that they're on. You're not supposed to forget. Don't ever forget a layer. It's a big mistake. And just so anyone knows, if you are posting anything to Discord, just let me know, because I don't have my Discord open, because I'm trying to monitor my broadcast and Drunkbot on the same monitor, along with my other, like, Photoshop menus, so my Discord is behind a bunch of stuff. So feel free to just type in the chat if there's anything on Discord that you want to check out. It does not seem to have slowed down my computer at all. Good test. Okay, so now I should have my characters separated out from my background. Let's just that. Yeah. Anything that I forgot? Groovy. Groovy. So, what I want to do is grab from the scrap here, the floor, and the wall. Drop it into the scrap on this page. Oh, I guess I already have a wall copy. I got. Alright. Now, there is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 copies of this. Five, 6. Woo! Copy. Pop that in. Oh, Pat. All over the place tonight. Ah! Do this. Okay. Those all is, yeah. Now, this will go into panel 2 background. So a lot of this, as far as I'm concerned, for doing like a ton of sequential art that's like detailed, for me, it's about speed. And speed, you don't want to sacrifice quality for speed. Like, that sucks. So what that means, if you want to work faster and still have quality, you need to be tricks. Clever trick. A lot of these things that I'm doing are just speed tricks, so that I can spend more time focusing on the details that I want to focus. Like, rather than trying to make a new gradient for every layer, I just have my wall cut out, and I'm just copying this gradient and just, you know, transforming it to fit, which is a very fast process compared to recoloring background every time. Or just having a flat background, which is the other way I could go. I could just be like, oh, well, it's a lot quicker just to not have shading in the background. But, you know, again, that's like saving time but sacrificing quality, and I don't want to sacrifice quality, so figure out saving time while keeping, you know, the quality that I want. Alright, so my backgrounds are all in. Anywhere in this panel where the floor is showing, there is... here? Okay. I'm gonna say panel 1, panel 2. One and 2 for sure have floor showing. I think just panel 6. Let's take this floor copy, make a copy of that. I want 3 copies of this. Control J and Control J. And just get rid of that one. Use myself by having a red layer for no reason. Turn that on. Get right down in here. Other thing is to delete the flatted floor so that I can see what I'm doing. On a layer behind another layer. It's Mind Cannibal, huh? Huh. I don't know what you're hunting at, but I'll certainly try to answer you if you care to be more specific. A bit more. Hi, Mind Cannibal, how's it going? Thanks for stopping by. I dig that name. Mind Cannibal. Mind is eating other people's minds. It's what a healthy, growing mind should do. Sounds good to me. It was for Rogi, I was responding to her, and it ended up in here instead. Okay. Oh, by the way, also, I just wanted to let anyone know, that I am using Unkbot for my chat, so what that means is I haven't set up my, like, any kind of whisper notification. So it just, if you whisper me, it'll look to me as if you're chatting, and I might read it out loud, not knowing. So, you know, if you want to whisper, just let me know that it's a whisper. Just type, like, whisper in the beginning of the message or something, so that I don't end up reading something out loud that you didn't want read out loud. I'm gonna work on, you know, looking into what I need to do to have my Unkbot actually inform me that something is a whisper. But like my stream was like totally crashing last time, and I had to work on quality control for that, so it just wasn't a priority to get the whisper thing figured out. I'll try to do that before my next stream. Still kind of noobish on over here. It was rude. Like I just did. Oh, is that what that was? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how all these things work. Mostly, I honestly just spend a lot of my time, like, focusing on the art. So it's been kind of a slow-going process for me to, like, get all the, you know, all the things working the way they should be, I guess. Uncbot is easy to set up and use. Yeah, no, I really dig it. I've been using Uncbot for a little while now. It's totally cool. Most of the things that I've found, you know, when trying to set something up are, like you said, pretty easy to figure out. It's really just been a matter of, like, priorities and time. Like, what I have, how much time do I have today, what am I going to spend it on, that kind of thing. So, you know, I've got Uncbot figured out for a lot of the things that I wanted to figure out, but there's still just like a few lingering things that are like on my to-do list, but not super high on my to-do list. Guess that kind of sounds like a cop-out, but you know, whatever, sometimes a cop-out. I mean, for sure, like, I know a lot of streams that I've been on have, like, have Uncbot, like, set up super well. That's probably a little beyond me. Like, you know, when there's, like, specific things like games and prizes and, you know, very, like, specific commands, point-based things, like, that I still have, honestly, just not put the time into figuring out. It's a good idea if I have these glasses just a slightly different color from the wine bottle. The point thing is a pain and time consuming. Yeah, that's what I've gathered. Like, there's like basic things, right? Like having, you know, just like commands and timers and, you know, moderated word lists, stuff like that. That's like, you know, you just Google it and, oh, that's how you do it, and you do it. And it's like not that bad. But yeah, I've seen people like set stuff up that's like, how did you do that? And they're like, I don't have time to explain it to you, sorry. Like, it was not easy. And I'm like, okay, point taken. Mind Cannibal, are you a streamer too then, I take it? Or like, do you mod for people? Yeah, a friend had me get it to do a 2-tier point system. Yeah, wow. That takes some thinking. Not even sure, like... what that actually looks like in terms of setting it up. I wouldn't even be able to guess, like, how that... Sounds complicated, I'll say that much. I used to mod for people. I just mod for Rogue and some... Cool. Oh, you mod for Rogue. Awesome. Took us a few hours to do it, but we did. Haven't used it for a long time and forgot the complicated stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about stuff like that. Like, a lot of times when you're done, right, it's just like, you're done, you know? Not something you necessarily want to just do again anytime soon. And then, you know, sometimes you just forget it all because it's also like, not just anybody is gonna have a use. Pretty specific thing, so I don't imagine you would be setting that up off, like, how to do it all. I would think. Now, even though I said I want these pillows to be pretty bright, I'll rely more on the highlights to get them the brightness. But I don't want it to look like Tracy just has horrible taste. Maybe she does, but, you know. Well, look, at least make it look like I tried. It was all for nothing since he did it for Quiplash and he doesn't play it anymore. Oh, awesome. Isn't that just the way it goes? This will be the left side for that angle. Think about these things, man. Here I don't know. But I do know that should be her sword. Really? Do I know what I'm doing? Anyone want to take a guess? Place your bets. You missed a spot under her arm on the cushion. Under her arm on the cushion. Page. Under her arm. Oh, you're totally right. Thank you. Good eyes. I appreciate that. You look like you know what you're doing. That's all that really matters. Wow, good eyes, mind cannibal. Yeah, seriously. Thanks. I look like I know what I'm doing. That's good enough. Good enough for me. I'll take it. Oh yeah, I missed this spot. Oh wait, no, that's also supposed to be the couch. Okay. Cool, just kidding. Table wall color, relatively simple. Pop up. Just spot this time. Woo! Itokaga! Hi Jayel, it's Cece. Wanted to say hi and I miss you. Aw, hi. How are you? Aw, thank you. Hope everything is going well for you. And I miss you too. I hope one day you guys can come visit us in Montana. Montana. Have you ever been to Montana? It's super cool. At least I think so. Yeah, it's been a long time since I don't even know how many years. I think it will be brighter inside the lamp. Lamp is on. So... oh yeah, and I missed another spot here. Look at... I'm just missing spots left and right. Apparently, I even missed drawing her sword in this panel completely. We'll just chalk it up to it's not in sight right. I don't know. Or maybe I'll go back in and fix it. Probably go back in and... sounds like something I would do. Back in and fixing stuff. Right, so getting close to having all the midtones down. Then come back in and put in all the highlights, which is really where it starts looking like stuff. Also be fun, I'll put in some like smoke effects coming out of the hookah and like smoke rings coming out of Tracy's mouth here. All that stuff. A lot of it I have already out from when I first did the original 8-page sample. I basically just redrew it, make it more consistent with all the styles that I'm using. But all the effects are still there, and hopefully I was smart enough to keep everything organized and labeled here in its own folder, etc. So I should, theoretically, if I did everything right, you know, present me is relying on past me have done everything. Should be able to just take those effects and drag them over right in. Yeah, we're hoping to. No, I've never been to Montana, and it's been 5 years since I last saw you when we had sushi. Wow, was that 5 years ago? Well, unfortunately, there's definitely less amazing sushi options out here in Montana, but there's still actually some pretty good sushi. Not as much as in New York. I mean, I guess few places have good sushi. Oh, also, just so you know, Cece, I don't know if you've seen this stream before, but when you type something, and I see it, and I respond, it's usually a few minutes, or not a few minutes, but like a little while after I've responded, that's when you'll see it. It has to like encode the video, and then upload it, and stream it to you. There's just like a little bit of a delay between when I'm actually responding and when you're hearing it. I don't want you to think I'm like just being super slow or ignoring you or anything like that. You're just far from the ocean to have good sushi. Yeah, I mean, there's some. It's just way more expensive to have good sushi. I guess probably exactly. It has to be like rush delivered for it to get here fresh. Oh well, though. I'm close to mountains. Very, very close to mountains. Surrounded. I'm pretty much in the mountains. Like, I look outside and I see mountains. In every direction. That's awesome. So, you know, sacrifice something, gain something. Mom told me about the delay. I have to go do dishes now. Bye. Okay, well, thanks for stopping by and saying hi. Cheated. Might make this wine bottle like a green. Just subtly. I don't want it to like blending in with things in the background. Like, last look that fancy bottles have, or even cheap wine. Tracy is not a high roller yet at this yet. Operative. Is this your comic? So this is Lindsay G, or Lindsay Lag, who is in the chat now. She wrote this comic, and I'm the illustrator. So, I mean, it's our comic thing. Like, writer, illustrator, two of us. There's also a completely not safe for work. I have to give that warning. It is definitely 18 plus, and since this is a mature stream, please do not discuss your age. But, you know, if you want to, you can download the free sample. It is there is a command for it. It's, Lindsay, do you remember the sample for Tracy? It's like SMPLTQ. Ah, there you go. Beat me to it. For anyone that wants to take a look, that's the 8-page sample. That sample, it's not in any order. It's like completely all over the comic, just to kind of show ideas about where the comic goes. And since then, we have made certainly some changes, so you know, it's a little different now. Drunk bot, you're freaking me out. Okay, so I think pretty much Nicola to finish. And I might be in a good spot for taking like a 5-minute break. Hopefully, once I've mid-toned this all out, anything I will have left. Start putting in the highlights and coloring things. Suddenly I feel like I'm being watched. Not creepy, it's Skynet. Just let Skynet do what Skynet does. It's okay. F that. Good premise. For Skynet watching you? Were we talking about something else? I don't really remember. I'm all over the board. Just let Skynet do what Skynet do? Is that the good premise? So for a while, I had it set up so that my bots were arguing. Great. But somewhere along the way, I have changed some settings, or maybe, for all I know, Nightbot update might have prevented the bots from interacting. Possibly to avoid, like, recursive scripting where things get stuck in a loop. See if I can get them interacting again. I had Nightbot and Unkbot, like, as kind of enemies. You know, dopey, but fun for me. Good it. Oh, you're talking about Tracy Queen. See, I'm all over the place. My mind is just like... Actually, yeah, that's my, thing. My thing, it's an announcement. Hey, finally, just uploaded the Great Nations of Rendaria to BookBaby for printing, and I just ordered the proof, the first ever print of a book that I've worked on. Well, a book that's by me, anyway. I've worked on, like, books for. But this is from an original concept getting printed. Super exciting. That's what I spent most of the day doing today. And it took up a lot of brain meat. So my brain meat is a little deep fried right now. Hence me getting lost in very simple, like, to follow, or what should be simple to follow conversations. Also, she's best friend is an electrical engineer in Raccoon, naturally. How'd you come up with the idea? Yeah, indeed. How did you come up with that idea? Hey, quite an idea. Getting close to like feel it in my spine. Is honestly, the character is based quite loosely. Person I know, a bunch of changes figured in, of course, but like the person I know has a pet ferret, not a genius raccoon. But the friend animals needed opposable thumbs, and I don't like monkeys, so it had to be a raccoon. Lindsay is explaining the whole breakdown of the process now. Basically, you know, loosely based. I mean, the cyborg, you know, robot clone thing, that's all real. Couldn't make that up. Well, maybe Lindsay could. But I wouldn't know how to draw that without, you know, photographic reference. We just needed real cyborg clones. Interesting. Friend doesn't have a cyborg clone, but that had to happen. I mean, no, why are you denying it? Denying the cyborg robot clones, cyborg clone army for life. Are accurately based in. I would also, you know, I'm going to just show real quick what the pages leading up to this look like, so you can get an idea of what we're going for these 2 pages. So this is the first page. My other friends have cyborg clone armies, obviously. I had to combine friends, yes, people. This is page 1. It opens up Tracy on the battlefield with Nicola in front of their army of cyborg clones. And, you know, she references back then when they first met. So it skips to the day that they first met. Tracy is not having a... she's inside, she's just humming. Not like day kind of stuff, you know. She hears a disturbance and she grabs her Sashi and goes to investigate. Into the back of her closet, to a secret door, down a secret stairway, down a secret passage, to another secret door, and into the secret warehouse that she's guarding for her grandfather. And she hears where the noise is coming from, so this page hasn't been lettered yet. Last page was, yeah. So this page just didn't get lettered yet, because we're having them lettered in 8-page chunks, and we're working on different stories, so, you know, it's a lot of spinning wheels. But, anyway, she goes to investigate, and she finds this raccoon. Yeah, see? That should have gotten Nightbot to respond. Nightbot is just, like, no longer listening to... Hey, when people ask where I get my ideas from, I have no answer popping in my head. Yeah, I'm like that a lot, too. Sometimes part of the idea is to premeditate, like, how you came up with that idea for when people ask, you know? That can be fun. So yeah, here they are talking, and Tracy's like, what are you doing in the warehouse? Why are you breaking into my grandfather's stuff? Like, what are you doing? And they end up talking, and he explains, like, oh, it's just so nasty outside, I had to come in, and, you know, I found this, and, well, you know, blame me? They're talking, and she, I think, maybe the next panel, like, invites him upstairs. I guess between that page and this page that I'm working on. Cleans her face up, all smudged.
Oneshi Press is creating a community of fans who enjoy progressive and immersive worlds like the ones that we're building, and we want to invite you to join us.
We're using Patreon, a subscription-based crowdfunding platform, to accept support from fans who love gorgeous books, and to give them rewards in return for their support.
Our supporters can opt in to receive all kinds of goodies when they become part of the Oneshi community. Personalized letters and selfies from characters, 3D drawings, even cameos in our books.
And access to exclusive works in progress as work continues on all of our projects.
One of our favorite rewards, which is made possible by our patrons, is the weekly live stream, during which Jayel streams live on Twitch TV as he creates art for our projects.
Join me live every Tuesday night to watch me create art and to chat with me and other Oneshi Press fans and supporters. Watch in real time as the art takes shape.
At Oneshi Press, we build immersive, progressive, gorgeous worlds.
And you're invited to explore them. Come join us. Feel good about it?
Yeah?
Woo! You're the best! You're awesome! We love you! You're so cool! Thank you! Lady, coming right back in. Picture up, audio is back, music is back. Look at you guys with your hella fancy videos. Aw, thanks. Yeah, I spent a lot of time working on that video. True story, I want to make all the artists nice hot tea, but alas, aw. That would be sweet. The thought that counts. I appreciate it. I've got my water. Alrighty, so wax paper here. And just gonna start doing the thing. Tracy's skin. Oh. Add some warmth, quote unquote rouge layer. Background. Rougey color. Alright. I saw that there was a service that cleans up after house parties. There needs to be a service that mothers sick people with tea and hot blankets and soup together. Totally does. That is a brilliant. So I could hire them to take care of people long distance. So someone was telling me there used to be a service for streamers actually, where like, as like a tip for streaming, you could like order someone like a pizza to their house or like, you know, things like that. I don't know what that's called, but like a few people have confirmed like, yeah, that used to be a thing, but they stopped for whatever reason. I don't know what the reason. I'm sure they had one. Yeah. Sounds like a cool idea though. I'm into it. Here needs food badly. Not really, I'm actually okay. Ate right before. Not right before. I am actually experiencing a little bit of lag right now with my Wacom. So I am going to... a lot harder than I thought. Oh, Ito is trying to post on Discord. I was actually just going to say that I'm going to close Discord, hoping that might, I don't know, just free up some hardware. Oh, also box and chat box. Sometimes when I switch scenes and switch back, that's turned some seemingly random computer ghost sort of reason. This acts a little bit like shading, but also just like mostly warming. What I mean by that is like Windows sucks. Sometimes I run out of RAM during stream. Yeah, I definitely have been noticing my RAM so hard. Right now I'm running in Windows Classic mode. I have like everything shut off, like all of the fancy, you know, animated whatever features and all that stuff. It's all just off. I mean, super basic. Windows look like gray squares. Taking me back. Back to a more elegant time. You know, Photoshop can definitely... you can use Photoshop to pretty much gobble RAM, depending on your settings. It's great, like, if you're not doing anything. If you are doing other stuff, you want to check your... so that you're not destroying yourself with RAM allotments. And also, like Wacom. I don't even know how, but and process. It's hard to narrow it down, like doing what. Use a Mac now, but it's still limited. Yeah, I mean, I've used Mac for many years, I've used PC for many years, I've used them. You know, one thing about Mac is it's a price difference. Get a computer with comparable specs is a lot more. That's been a This is gonna look pretty horrendous at first, but it's all part of my method. The method to my madness. Oh yeah, I have to eat ramen for a few years after Steve Jobs. Oh yeah. Yep. Oh, the ramen diet, I know. I mean, my PC I built myself, so I got the best parts that I could afford for the specific specs that I wanted. And you know, I did do a comparison. I was like, hey, for these specs, if I were to buy a Mac, how much would it cost? And it was like, wow, the identical computer would have been like 5 times as expensive, specs-wise. And I honestly just could not. But you know, again, like professionally, I used both Windows and Mac. Like I was in a studio that was all art studio. It was all Mac, and so you know, I've used them both. I know what the differences are. A lot of the differences are pretty arbitrary. My experience. And I think, you know, really the benefit to see for me is that you can mod it a lot easier, you can alter it a lot easier. Whereas Mac is designed, I think, to be like just kind of plug and play, like you just buy it and it works until it doesn't work anymore. And that's cool, you know. There's a lot of things about Mac that seem to be a bit harder, but at the end of the day, I just, you know, build my own thing for the price that I wanted. Well, for the price that I could afford. And that was my, you know, limiting factor, price that I could afford. Can I just say that it's super cute that you have the project and artist lines on the edge of the page with handwriting in them? Aw, you can say that, thank you. Yeah, so this is actually from a scan of my pencil I did on my Tuesday night stream. My Tuesday night streams lately have been mostly pencils, and then my Thursday night streams have been digital. So yeah, you could see like this is actually all just the pencil. And then when I scanned it, I turned the pencil into ink by just playing with the levels and adding a median filter. Median filter just kind of rounds out all the graphite line. So it's actually from, you know, an original page that exists, and we have all the original pages saved in a drive for all of our projects. And you know, hopefully like one of these projects picks up big one day, you know, having all those dated, signed, and you know, numbered like original pages and worth having. And you know, even I've talked to quite a few artists who were like super glad that they had traditional originals of their work after like a few of their projects really picked up. They're like, wow, you know, like I actually can just sell these originals now and like make what I need. And you know, at the time I was no one and didn't have any tangible reason to think that these are worth money. On a hunch, you know, or on the hope, whatever, I saved them and now they're worth money. Cool. And I'm like, wow, that's but also it's just fun. Just fun for me. Originals are gonna make you bank. Hustle! Clip Studio Nightbot. I've been using Clip Studio because I can't find a good way to shade in Photoshop. I was actually using Photoshop all my shading for a super long time, but I was doing it all with a mouse. They just recently started this Wacom that my good friend, who sometimes pops into my streams as Renee, it's his handle. He actually bought a new Wacom and gave me his old. And like how I finally started using it. And man, it's like awesome. I love Photoshop. I've been using Photoshop since forever. First got my first copy of Photoshop like back in 98 or something. I've been using Photoshop ever since, so it's, you know, part of me. I do that. I scan in the sketch. New world, the Wacom, huh? Oh, such a new world. If my house catches fire, I'll grab my laptop and my Wacom tablet. Yeah, pretty much, right? Yeah, the Wacom is like, I even do any of the stuff that I did with. Although, you know, then sometimes I look back at the stuff that I did with the mouse and I'm like, man, must have been really like gung-ho to make that work, because that is just not, that's like using a hammer to like cut a piece of wood, you know? About as far as I want to go on this. Keep that because I'm right. Real subtle build up here. This stuff can get ugly fast. Oh, using a trackball, wow. Just the time is cut by half, yeah. I used the trackball for a while, and you have to slow way down. Yeah, man, drawing with a trackball, wow, that's, no joke. It's also pretty hardcore. I gotta say, I mean, it's impressive when you have like cool art that you did with like a trackball. That's like, I think it's cool. Still noticing a slight lag in my Wacom response, but I have yet to see any high encoding warnings. Good. And I have yet to hear any audio stutters. That's good. Yeah, I think like, not sure what is the Wacom like using processor. Although I think honestly, if I go to update my processor, I'd have to buy a new motherboard as well. I don't know if that's in my cards anytime soon. sounds good on this end. Cool. Magically, she's become a three-dimensional object. Woo! Those highlights, though. Pop. Pow! Thanks. I definitely appreciate the encouragement. Sometimes I'm like, guess the damn Wacom uses CPU. Yeah. Because I notice, like, everything's fine on my stream, and I'm like, wow, this is actually handling really well. And then I start using my Wacom, and it's like, slow right down. Not badly. Again, I think having everything in, like, my computer is in classic mode, and, you know, I've turned off any program that isn't necessary for streaming. So I think it'll be okay. It's like really nowhere near as bad as it had. Minecraft footage mode, sir. Minecraft footage. That's actually what my OS looks like right now. Minecraft style windows. A little creepy in that panel. The whole thing about Tracy is she can go from like really pretty and really sweet looking to like really scary and creepy. Like turn on a dime. Receiving end of her scary creepy. Maybe you do, but I don't. Are you using doing the Month of Love challenge? I don't know what that is, actually. This is my first time hearing of it. I feel like by the time I hear of a challenge, there's like everyone's already been doing it. So I'm just like, oh, I guess I missed that. Maybe I'll try it next year. Insta creep. She has a summary. Emery. You mean our sword? I'm gonna try and do it this year. Just one prompt though. Monthoflove.com. Cool, I'm gonna check that out. So what is it? Is it like a Valentine's type thing? Like remember like in October there was like Inktober, you know, like doing ink drawing every single day. A lot of people that I knew were doing that, but I didn't know about it until well after. It was like a couple weeks into October when I was caught on, and I was like, hey, how come everyone I know is doing like ink drawings every day this month? They're like, yeah, it's Inktober, dummy. And I was like, what? They're like, oh, Jayel, where are you living? And I was like, in front of my computer, but like not in a social way. Yep, that's it. Illustration challenge, somewhat romance theme, weekly instead of daily. Okay, that's something I could probably do. I mean, heck, arguably I could do that with working on Tracy's stuff. Tracy Queen is a lover and a fighter. Definitely a lover. I'm gonna stream it. I'm not a constant streamer, but I thought this would force me to set crap up for stream. Not as cool as this though. Yeah, the one I'm going to do is also a print reward for my Kickstarter. Oh, cool. I should do print rewards for the Patreon. Awesome. Yeah, that's cool. J squared. I will definitely, you know, when I'm done streaming, I will follow and you know, as cool or not as cool, that's like Stevie Ray Drawn is looking for streamers who are working on it. Yeah, she's a beast, love her. Yeah, she's working on. So like constantly intimidated and inspired by Stevie. Anyone on this channel is not Stevie. Should definitely be following Stevie. Footsie is color the Tootsie. Like in most of the illustrations that I've done of just got that kind of chill, you know? Exaggerate a little. End up at a happy place. Incredible. Such charisma. She really does. I need to work on like she really just like let's go. Super cool. So any of you who stream, I'm sure, are aware of it. One thing to do it and to get over like the idea of people watching you. Possibility that like there's even people who aren't signed in or are in ghost mode watching you and you don't even know. Like that's enough. But to like do it and also like fun for everyone and like just, you know, get into like the whole community like spirit, like that really takes a lot, you know. Hero, I'm working on it though, yeah. Yeah, I'm bad at people skills, but good at art skills, so hopefully it will balance. Yeah, you know, even like when I first started streaming, I had a few people, like, you know, your stream is not a lot of hype, and I actually like that, like, about the art. And I was like, well, that's cool, but I also, like, I want to be good at the hype, and not, you know, like, by default. Hoping that as time goes on and I get like just more comfortable. And you know, more like regulars and people that I recognize. I think a lot of times like it's a lot easier to like, keep a conversation going when you have people chat like interacting with you. When you're starting off and you have like, you know, a handful of followers in any given time stream, there's a good chance that most of them are not gonna be online, less in your chat, you know. Like it's hard to be charismatic when you're talking to yourself. You guys are keeping the chat hopping, I really appreciate that. Dual stream helps. I'm a dork by default, so it plays out. Dual stream? You mean like two people streaming together? I'm not sure what dual stream is. Actually just watched multi-stream for the first time the other night. I'm wondering, as its name might imply, as it that. Get away with opening these pretzels without hearing the bag open, jumping all. That pretzels are for him. No, they're not for him because they are not good for him. Can't just give him pretzels every time I'm bad. Yeah, like split screen. There's an app for that. Whoa, that sounds cool. I've never seen that before. But yeah, I could totally see how that would help for having someone else to like steadily interact with the entire time. You can kind of like rest on each other a little, like pick up each other's slack. Now, I think hurt. Some of this background stuff. Let's see. They'll do just the more separate I keep it, the easier it is to be neater about it. Still trying to figure out that sweet balance between. Group would be cool. I've seen some group streams. Pretty fun. Yeah, I was just watching one a few nights ago. LD Bean was doing a group stream, and it was awesome. They were doing ZBrush stuff, but like 4 of them, and each of them would get like 15 minutes with a particular ZBrush model, then pass it to the person to the right. So as the models went, like they just kept evolving as collaborative pieces. Like, you know, each person would make like changes to the model, and it was really fun to watch, you know. Love to do that with like Photoshop, like Wacom. It's like with, or however many people like work on illustration for X amount of time, and then just like pass it, you know, at the next illustration that someone else was working on. Too many folks in the chat. Yeah, that could be a thing. I think what I ended up doing was having the multi-stream open in one window that was muted, and I wasn't paying attention to the chats, and then I had just LD Bean's stream open in its own window. But even still, the chat like shows what's going on in the other people's chats. It gets confusing. It can. It'd also be a really great way though to like meet other people, branch out, you know. But it's like a chaos stream, I think. It's not so much like a, yeah, let's just do a chill, you know, a little thing here. Like, release the madness! All of it! That one. Definitely has its own place. Not for everyone, and not all the time. Although maybe for some people all the time. Bird to the up. Oh. So yeah, the you know, and if you have like a Dropbox connection or something, you can like okay, cool, I've been working on this for 10 minutes, I'm gonna hit save and send it to you, and then you hit save on what you're doing and we'll switch, you know. That stuff is like collaborative pieces, and seeing how people would finish the same thing differently, or like what changes someone makes to it. Man, this whole time I've been coloring on them. You do that at least. Really, I mean, the only like problem with that, even, that it makes it harder to like edit things. That layer locked and just be using why it's a flat layer. Oh well. What you gonna do? What you gonna do, Draco? Cry about it? Cry about it. Yeah, I would love to find... Actually, I talked to Bean about it. Rushed upon the idea of doing... I was just calling it a two-person multi-stream, but dual stream makes a lot more sense. Rolls off the tongue easier. Color. These pretzels are a little stale. It makes them kind of hard to eat, because when I bite into them, they like shatter. Needs beer, dip in water, needs... Or dip in beer. I don't know if it'll fit in the can. I'll try it. My next pretzel. Tried plenty of things once. Some things I would prefer never to try. Like mastering spontaneous self-combustion. Show us yourself trying to stick a pretzel in beer. I want to see. It's gonna go badly. Maybe? Aha! Less shattery. Not bad, actually. Now the question is the beer still gonna taste good? I mean, not that that's a particular beer. It's like the affordable beer. The cheap beer. But as far as cheap beers go, there are worse. You think you're faking it? No, that was a brand new can. I just opened it. Hear me just open it? Oh, right. I have my audio noise gate. Probably didn't hear me. Learn to hold beer. Oh, I didn't hold it up high enough. Oh, okay. Let me adjust this down anyway. Sure, y'all don't need to see that much of the living room. I mean, it's not a bad living room, but... A down shirt shot? Of me or of Tracy? Lol, Pinkle. That pretzel beer trick is mint. It is mint as fuck. AF. Yeah, I do cool tricks, like dipping pretzels in beer. Talent. Just don't ask me to explain how it's done. Probably wouldn't get it. Probably just you. Tracy is adequate cleavage shots and fine cleavage to boot. You need to add that to your stream notes. But that I can dip pretzels in beer real good? I dip pretzels in beer. I'll get all the follows. As soon as people read that, they'll be like, oh man, you got follows, dude. Get your friends to follow. Look, pretzels and beer, man. Be my hook. Yeah, I think my current shirt is a little tight for that. Then I'll get beer down my shirt and it'll be... Nobody needs that. Oh yeah, hashtag dip pretzels and beer expert. How come we're not seeing the Miley Wrecking Ball hosting thingamajigger? Because... Oh, weird. Yeah, you just hosted. I don't know. Well, thank you for the host. I don't know, my, like my... something with my alert box settings are, like, just wonked out. Definitely there, it's definitely turned on, but... But I don't know why it's not working. In fact, if Lindsay didn't point that out, I might not have noticed. Unless it's just super delayed, like, you know, it could happen like 5 minutes from now, Miley will just come swinging through. Lurking, working on my game show overlay. I just feel good about, you know, streaming and someone is like working on something creative while I'm streaming. I do that a lot of times when I'm watching other creative streamers. Like I just, you know, if they're good, they'll get me all inspired and like want to do something if I'm enjoying it. I just feel like cool, like I want to, you know, feel like I'm, you know, getting someone else into action. I mean, maybe you'd be doing that either way, but at least you didn't look at what I'm doing and go, ah, now I don't ever want to draw again. Hate art. That'd be sad. God, that's so bad. I just want art to stop existing. Gotta have some background noise for inking. It's a work party! Woo! You're inking? Cool! Are you inking comic stuff or other, like, just curious how many people here are comic oriented? Actually, this is like my first attempt at doing comic book art. Certainly not a comic book artist. Always and forever, awesome! Triad Tea Work Party and hi! Hi! Awesome. How's it going? How's your night going? I do this now. Yeah, I'm like kind of coming up with my own style because like I was, you know, I went to school for illustration and I learned like traditional illustration, but never really like learned comic book art from anyone, or you know, I never thought that I was going to do comic books. This is kind of something I've been picking up. This is great. How are you? Love the comics. Bad tea. Oh yeah, I'm doing really well. Actually, today uploaded a final manuscript of The Great Nations of Rendaria, our Gaia book. Now eagerly anticipating getting a proof. Like the first time getting a proof of a very, very exciting. English is currently getting ready to color the hairs. Outgrowth is driving me crazy. Oh man, Ruby, I have about 3 inches right now. Keep forgetting to call my stylist. And if you have 2-foot long hair, you can just like throw it in front of you and like cut it, right? Probably makes it a lot easier. I don't know if that's true at all. I'm just guessing. No, I won't fail. I should put myself over the shoulder. But no dyeing. I have a person for that. Yeah, dyeing your own hair can be. I feel like that could be hazardous. I guess it depends on how extensive of a dye. How expensive? Thus my roots get pretty long in between sessions. Yeah, expensive means I don't do it often. Went to go lotus pose in my chair, and I forgot that I had my cell phone in my pocket. Rather uncomfortable. Like, what's stabbing me? Not stabbing me, but digging in. Cell phone pain. Really weird because this room is being lit from like two directions from lights on both. You see me hitting things like that, but sometimes it's hard. And I'm glad if the hand just looks like a hand. FYI, you're talking kind of quietly and cutting off your words. No, that's totally appreciated. Definitely feel free to tell me to talk louder or lower music or anything that will make the stream better. I want my stream to be good for you guys, because like I could easily just be here photoshopping alone without streaming. So like, if you all are gonna come and hang out and like watch the stream, that is freaking awesome, and I want to hang out with people while I work. So whatever is gonna make that better for everyone else, please. That means I must talk louder, then louder I shall talk. It all goes back to the hype bone. Have that hype bone. I lack hypages. try and figure out, like, you know, what the maximum, like, distance, like a wide shot, like how big of a shot does a shot have to be for me to kind of phone it in with the fur? Because, like, if I just do, like, amazingly rendered fur in every single panel that Nicola has shown in, the book won't get done, you know? So I have to, like, make those decisions, like, well, here I kind of think he's far enough away that if his fur isn't so detailed, it'll... But I don't really know. What if I'm wrong? Ah, what if I mess up everything? Ah! You're blowing it, Draco! That's what they'll say. I'm sorry, is what I'll say. It's not okay, is what they'll say. Why are you so mean, is what I'll say. Alright, somebody talk to me. Look, I'm starting to talk to myself. Getting weird, even for me. I do it all for the lulz. The lulz. They're like currency. They're like raisins in a bag of trail mix. That two-way self-convo was fascinating, though. No, it wasn't two-way self-convo. It was me talking to them, the they. I need to stop. We're doing it. Alright, let's put it to a vote. Who here thinks I need to stop? You should have never started, they'll say. Whispers. Whispers, no. Never stop! Give him hell! Into the breach! But now I don't know what to say next. Never stopped you before, they say. They said? They've said? Ah, I'm losing my tenses. Too tense. I follow this artist on DeviantArt called Bobby the Gene Pentagon. Freaking amazingly talented. But along with a lot of her posts on pieces, she'll do like convos with Satan, she calls them. And it's just like her and Satan constantly ribbing each other and like just locked in weird, you know, self-battle, like basically like what I was just doing, only with Satan. And they are just gut-bustingly funny. I mean, you know, it's always hit or miss with that kind of stuff, but quite a few that I've read and just like spit out my beer, you know. I'm thinking all-out theme for overlay. Thoughts? What should I do? Stream overlay. Yeah, well, what kind of stuff do you normally stream? Like, you're talking about for creative stream or like game? Oh, her underarm. Oh, Tracy, I'll save you. Music just playing like one or two songs and then shutting off. I feel like it just does random things. Like it'll randomly, you know, pick songs at random, which is cool. That's what I want. But then it'll like randomly stop after a song. And that's not what I want. Like I feel like commands like pause and stop should not be part of the random like options of a playlist. Yeah, so for creative, I mean, like, what, maybe you should think about, like, what kind of creative things you're streaming, like, in my opinion, you know, like, that's, devil's in it, talk to it, talk to the, I mean, it's kind of new, you know, I just got, what is it, it's, Fubar 2000 is the name of the player that I'm using. So I don't really, you know, I'm not that acquainted with it yet, and I think we're just getting to know each other. It's like, Fubar is, you know, pushing the limits, seeing what it can get away with. I think I just need to, like, have hard limits and, like, let it know when it's crossing the line, you know? Fubar! You are totally Fubar'd right now! So yeah, I don't know, I always think it's cool, like, if the stream overlay is, like, somehow related to what you're doing. So if there's, like, a common thing that all your streams, you know, have, you know, a similarity, or, I don't know. I'm not sure, I'm just kind of, like, reaching for ideas. But yeah, you know, if there's like something that all your streams tend to have in common, like maybe try to include that into your overlay. Get it out, safety word. Here's Berg up, hard limit. Hard limit. Need to, you know, I need to have a safe word with Fubar, so Fubar knows when it's crossing the line. That song was exciting. So, if you were gonna do J squared, if you were gonna do a Fallout overlay, would you be taking just like screenshots and stuff and like photoshopping them up, or are you talking about like drawing, creating in Photoshop or something? Fallout theme overlay. Custom old type overlay. Like Apocalypse Madness. Like Fallout shelter signs that are all chipped and rusty. Radiation signs and broken brick walls with spray paint all over them, and I don't know, what else? Ooh, barbed wire could be a good touch. Hey, you get it. Oh crap. Yeah, I was just wondering, like, you know, sometimes, like, if you had said, like, oh yeah, I usually do this type of stuff, I might be like, oh, well, maybe you could do this in, like, Fallout style or something, I don't know. You know, sometimes workshopping ideas is, like, you need more information sometimes to, like, have a good question. Sounds good in my head, but when someone else says it, things fall into place. Yep, I totally understand. Call that like just, you know, bounce boarding something. Like throw an idea at someone, and then when they like reflect back, it's like you pick up on the nuances of possibilities of your own ideas. or something like that. Almost time for my next 5-minute break. Hour and a half, I try. Or a break for 5 minutes. Otherwise, I can get to a point where I start getting like sloppy and I don't start work anymore. Just kind of like doing stuff and then I like mess everything up and I'm like, what did I do? And it all could have been avoided had I only taken a short break. But no, I had to go and try to prove that I was all invincible and didn't need to take breaks. And now look at me, hitting undo 52,000 times in a row just to get back to some semblance of imagery that is passable. Age is coming along pretty fast. Thanks, yeah, I'm always worried when that's happening that like I'm just being sloppy. But, I mean, I did an 8-page sample of Tracy Queen. That's what, like, it really worked out all my, you know, techniques and stuff on the sample. Then I started over again at page 1. 9, and it's done in the same style that I'm doing pack, and I'm up to like page 12 or 13 in pack, so like I'm starting to get into a groove where like now I know what my and that always worries me because I'm like, well, if I just do it, like again, am I just gonna be messing it all up? Really talk myself in circles. I'm definitely also like actively trying to make myself faster. Like what I can. I don't want to say cut corners on, but you know, like what things are wasting time if I spend a lot of time on them, and what things really matter to like put the extra minute on, you know. Just like make my workflow as efficient as possible, so that I can get more like actually producing and releasing work on like a schedule. Get anywhere with it. Like I want to be able to, you know, live comfortably off of just my stories and comics and Stuff is slow. I paint light, so it takes ages. You know, I mean, it depends on what you're doing. Like, if I'm doing an illustration that's a single image and it's not like sequential art where I'm trying to get like a whole 36-page book done, long time on one image, like just painting lights and shadows, and awesome. I love doing that. This is a very like, you know, it's sequential art and it's very just time sensitive. More practice maybe. That's absolutely true. It's like you don't just get better, but you also get faster. And sometimes, you know, there's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, like, oh, now I learned a new thing, but it takes longer. But, you know, then I got better, and then I got faster at it, and then by the time I was faster at it, I learned a new thing that also takes longer. You know, it's like a back and forth. Getting faster, and then getting neater at it, and then getting faster again. Hard. Fix lighting. Lots of crying. You cry, I think. Yep. Gotten faster, you keep trying to do harder and harder stuff, so you slow back down. Exactly, that's how you keep growing. You go to Hobby Lobby and buy, let's say 95 pencils? Oh, $9 pencils. Yeah, with .03 lead, exactly. You're like, I think I've met 3-point perspective. Now let me try doing 3-point perspective with a fisheye effect. Hand drawn. Awesome. And then you die. Die of fisheye effect on. No one survives that. The myth. Fix this wine color. Stop whining! Ah. We all need therapy. Art is an art. Art therapy, friend. Boom. Tell me how you felt the first time you tried to fisheye 3-point perspective. Realized that you had this psychotic self-destruct. Right, it's because you're pink. Truth, pink equals always
of fans who enjoy progressive and immersive worlds like the ones that we're building, and we want to invite you to join us.
We're using Patreon, a subscription-based crowdfunding platform, to accept support from fans who love gorgeous books, and to give them rewards in return for their support.
Our supporters can opt in to receive all kinds of goodies when they become part of the Oneshi community. Personalized letters and selfies from characters, 3D drawings, even cameos in our books.
And access to exclusive works in progress as work continues on all of our projects.
One of our favorite rewards, which is made possible by our patrons, is the weekly live stream, during which Jayel streams live on Twitch TV as he creates art for our projects.
Join me live every Tuesday night to watch me create art and to chat with me and other Oneshi Press fans and supporters. Watch in real time as the art takes shape.
At Oneshi Press, we build immersive, progressive, gorgeous worlds.
And you're invited to explore them. Come join us. Feel good about it?
Yeah?
Woo! You're the best! You're awesome! We love you! You're so cool! Thank you! I'm back in. Alright, you guys don't need to see the end of that video again. No, not traditional, digital. Ah! Clicked on the wrong thing. Now it's frozen. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Wrong stream. I'm back. Did you miss me? I missed you guys. Alright. So where were we? First, I want to show you something I'm working on. It's a sculpture. So you can see it. But this is the cardboard frame for a sculpture, a creature from Children of Gaia. It's gonna be a wall mount head. So all like right now this is just the understructure, like I'm gonna build up on the nose and the eyes, and I actually have like glass taxidermy eyes that I'm gonna put in and, you know, sculpt the tongue out and give it teeth. And this is gonna be a wall mount, because there's a scene in Children of Gaia where this bad guy goes nuts and starts hunting this tribe called the Akornikesh, and starts like hanging their heads on walls and doing all kinds of like crazy icky things, and it's such a gruesome scene. And I was like, I really want to sculpt an Akornikesh because they're like my favorite characters, and I don't want to sculpt the whole thing, I just want to sculpt the head. And I was like, ooh, maybe I'll just mount it on a wall and like do a sculpture of that scene from the story. Anyway, fun stuff. Going with the idea of also like trying to figure out setting up my space so that I can... Oh, cat, no! Pretzels are not for kitty. You can't have any, no matter how cute you are. Your powers won't work on me, old man. Other show and tell. Kitty. Galathor. Babe. Hi to the stream. A pretzel. Can't have pretzels, they're not good for you. Alright. Sorry about that. Super distracted. Back to the grindstone! Now I have to try and eat this pretzel without the cat getting it. It's gonna be tricky. Nightbot is drunk. Go home, Nightbot. Oh, Nightbot. And Nightbot does not. Nightbot does not play well with any. I think I figured out why Nightbot and Drunkbot have stopped interacting. I think it has to do with user-specific permissions. I think I have to have it set differently than how I have it. In a nutshell. Because that was fun, and I See, Nightbot didn't respond to that. Weird. Maybe Nightbot's offended. Drunkbot is made of sterner. Nope. Nightbot was just a little slow to the draw. Nightbot, if this was a gunfight, you'd be dead. Caps. They're sleeping together. Oh, weird. Robot hate sex. Oh, yeah. But they call each other all kinds of mean names, too. Like 011001! Idea for a TV show. Nightbot, Drunkbot, Spot. what kind of safe words bots would use. I also wonder why I keep going back to safe. It's my okay. Into the wrong layer. Pay attention, Draco. Well, at least I'm paying attention enough to know that I messed up. That's a good sign, right? I haven't saved either of these. That line looks strong. Try this again. Go home, Wacom, you're drunk. Or blame the tool. Some of this because I got a I'm on the wrong bro. your brushy tool on this here super bright yellow, and we're off. And drawing these hoses, like, I just definitely sloppy job. I was like, you know what, I can't make each little segment of hose like perfectly round and neat. Not a hose, man. Hose is a lot of little bitty work, huh? Yep, that is an understatement. There's also, like, I wanted the arc line, how the segments be in perspective rather than jump circles. But I don't want to spend, like, way too long on it either. So I had to, like, fast and just decide, you know, again, based on, like, how far it is from the audience, like how zoomed out that panel is, how much do I need to show? What can I get? Jessica hosted. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Still no, Miley notification, though. Well, without having a crazy time somewhere and can't be bothered to do my Twitch alert box if. No problem, I saw your work the other day and I followed you. Love the way the art is coming. Just wanted to say, hey, I gotta go eat and watch a movie with the missus. Have a great stream. Seriously, thank you so much. That's so awesome. I'm glad you stopped by. Enjoy your movie. Yeah, I hope I catch you again. Or I hope you catch me again, or something. But yeah, thank you so much. Trying to get that page up to speed. Double page stream. Totally awesome. Yeah, have a great day. Maybe Miley caught my stream sometime and like saw that I was using a GIF of her as my post and follow notification and had it taken away. The only logical. Yeah, it's true actually. I mean, I did make the GIF video that she put up online to download and make videos out of. It was a green screen clip of her. Or I don't know if she put it up. Management. Anyway, it was funny as hell. Now it's gone. Bye.
wrapped in slumber. Sin washed away by the swift flow of time. I may know the answers. Journeys over snow and sand. What twist of fate has brought us to tread upon this land? Blessed by light and the burden of shadows, souls abide to an endless desire. I may know the answers. Though one question I still hear.
Love how his tail is draped over the arm of the couch here. Yeah, he's kind of like deflated, you know, he just like choked on the hookah and now he's just like, water.
To roads that run so near. Distant worlds together. Miracles from realms beyond. The lifeline burns inside me. To sing to you this song. To sing with you this song. To sing to you your.
Yeah, I think actually, I kind of like, sometimes I make it a little longer than others, like I exaggerate it for certain L size and shape is very like, not literal. His tail is kind of his emoji. Emote. Tail. You didn't even really do it consciously. It's like raccoon. Have to make him expressive. Got a muzzle. Ears and a tail are really the two go-to things. Emoji. The J as a J in emoji. Not emoji, it's not. Not like Spanish. I always think of like mojitos, and I'm like, moji. If I had a moji, it would probably be a mojito. Serious lag happening on my Wacom. Mojito is Spanish. I think emoji is Japanese version. Yeah, I'm sure. Just, or maybe not being funny, but having fun with it. I was not being. My next immediate goal, get this where all of the highlights and basic shadowing is in for my next break, and put in my borders and the smoke effects and be done. Like when I come back from a show. But I'm gonna get this to a point where all highlighting is done before. Not very far off the last page. Pretty much done except for the couch page, I think. Almost up to the same spot. I think the cat is licking his paw to the music. Kinda weird. But he just looked at me like I'm an idiot. And now he's getting up. Sitting back down. Just prove me wrong. And now he's licking himself to the rhythm of the music again. Make sure I don't miss any of it. Which I'm almost certainly bound to do. Like, I feel like on operations like this, no matter how carefully I am, there's always going to be a spot I missed. Although, truthfully, missing a little spot is not the worst thing that could happen, because that's easy to come back to. The worst thing would be accidentally highlighting a spot that grabbing an extra spot on. Then it could mess up other highlighting that I spent time on, and then it's like... But try really hard to... Take that, society! Aha! Your mic is cutting in and out? Oh yeah, sorry, it's probably because... Hi Karma! Yeah, I haven't been talking to anyone for a few minutes, so I probably just started talking quietly and going below my noise gate level. How are you? How's your night going? Thanks for stopping by. Wow, drunk bot and night bot. Okay guys, settle down. Going good, just got done raiding on World of Warcraft and seeing you was on. Awesome! Oh no. That word, yeah, I gotta fix that. A lot of things trigger them, probably too many things. Poor guys, they're just not good. So I am trying to get through this part of just like kind of putting in highlights on the background stuff. And I'm going to go in and X layers in, and then I think I'm done with this. 2 pages that I've been working on. This one is a bit further along in some ways, although I haven't started shading the furniture, but it's a much simpler layout. Not as difficult. Colors are a bit different for now because there's an adjustment layer that I just haven't turned on. Having some hardcore lagging starting to happen. Computer's just tired. Oh, that's outside of my selection. I knew it. I missed a piece. I didn't know it. What am I talking about? That was a total lie. I should have known. Yeah, I'm sorry about my awful bots. They're awful. I spent between my last stream and this stream, though, just honestly working on, well, the few things that I did to try and improve my stream were mostly OS based. Actually, I've been working a lot on finishing up a book that I've been working on for a couple years now. Today I just sent in the digital file in order to proof for the Great Nations of Rendaria, so that's super exciting. And that's been taking a lot of my focus and attention. Couch is adequately shaded for how far I want This is pillar shading music. I swear, it is. That's what the song is. Music to highlight pillows to. That's how it was billed. It's great to hear about the book. Yeah, thank you so much. It's scary, but super exciting. Let's work out some deals for distribution and all that. First, I gotta make sure the book is even good, you know, once I actually see a print of it. Very likely the changes and go back to the drawing board and whatever. Hopefully, it'll be all minor stuff though. And I've worked on things like for other people that have gotten published, but this is the first time like of me actually publishing my own work. Pillows are lit! Uh-oh. Somebody should give these pillows some water. They're lit. Pillows are turnt. Kids say, right? They turned. Someone told me that. They might have just been messing with me. So you guys can hear me now though, right? I've been talking loud enough. Sometimes I just like, especially towards like the end of a stream, I start to just kind of like daze out and forget that like I need to speak loud enough for my mic to hear me. Still getting used to that. That I want to zoom down this highlight on the background, back of the couch, background of the couch. What are you saying, Jayel? I don't know. Help, I don't know what I'm saying. There we go. Yeah, it's starting to look like a page. Stuff. Oh. No, I think this is everything. Okay. Streamlining my process a little bit more with every page, just a little bit more streamlined. Morning, high encoding. Doing this earlier. Okay, the pillows, lady. Ah, looked at my layer label, totally spelt highlights wrong. Highlights is a difficult word to spell. Got all those silent letters in it. Not ashamed. Visual artist. No, I think I'm exempt from spelling good. Right? The thing, right? Okay. Now, I think caught up on that. One thing left to do. Rest of the stuff. Purge all my RAM. Purge all the RAMs! Saving for. Purge all the RAMs. To this ye olden Tracy Queen sample. Definitely some like outdated art, but page I'd already done once before on the old 8-page. I'm gonna grab some effects that I already worked out on that old. This is the old version of the page. I'm going to grab these smoke effects, pop them in here, and some of these lighting effects. I think, but I don't remember. I might have actually worked out all those smoke effects in separate. Like, I might have done each document, each panel as a separate document. At the time, that was my workflow. I don't know why. Kinda crazy. Or like, maybe I was doing them as separate smart objects or something. I don't remember. I think I had a reason for it. It was probably a dumb reason. Let's see. Oh, okay. I do have them all on. I'm gonna try to do. Try. Straight up drop that right onto here. See if I can get it to line up. Okay, seems like version was in like 600 DPI or something. Wait. I'm not even sure where this is. Where are you trying to be, Smoke? I have an idea. A classic idea. What's I'm gonna do here? Actually. I know, this is very iffy. I think I can use this white layer to actually see what's going on here. I know this music is very like edge of the seat music, you know, so it just kind of all goes together. It's like, whoa! Now I see exactly what's happening. So I put that white layer in there as just like a guide to show me where things are supposed to be. What it is there's a lot going off the page in Photoshop. And that was throwing off my form marquee, whatever you want to call it. So now I turn this back to multiply and blammo! Okay, and what else? Yeah, I think that's good. Oh, I need to rip. So those lights. Okay, yeah, we got this. Sorry, I know I'm a weirdo. all over the place.
How I long to be
This part, I'm gonna go back to mouse. This is more actually like mechanical things. It's making more sense to use a mouse for. Totally said I was gonna take a break before. You're still here, hooray! You're back, hooray! How are you?
Insolent rogue, neighbor the western horn, would you address my queen, Lady Maria? Never shall you have Maria's hand, I would die before.
I'm gonna do something a little wonky. I'm gonna just copy this whole friggin' smoke thing. And it's gonna be like, what? Why is that? Oh, this, like that. But then I'm gonna move things to fit this. Always trying to figure out better ways to work smart. Not too shabby, that little ride turned into a longer trip than I imagined. In a bad way? Like weather and that kind of stuff, or what?
This day is yours, Draco.
I didn't realize I was going all the way to the airport and then all the way to her apartment. I thought I was just shuttling from the train station. Oh wow. Yeah, that sounds like a... Well, I mean, I don't know how far you are from any of those things, so I actually don't really know. But I definitely get the point that when something ends up being a lot more than we thought. More than you thought. Try to back a little. How much is going on? Okay. Got it. Pared down. Dude, her neck looks amazing in that bottom panel. Bottom panel. Oh. Oh, thank you. One was really happy with that. Did he like it? Good. Cool. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. You know, sometimes, like, by the end of the streams, I'm like, I just need to get this done, but, like, looking at it, I'm like, wait, does that look like anything? I can't tell anymore. You know, just get that, like, looking at it too long kind of feeling. What I probably should do is just take a short little break and just... I think, actually, Pink, when you left last time, I think I was saying that I would be taking a break soon. I don't think I did. Ah. My breaks are good. Yeah, I start to like lose my focus if I don't just step away for a minute. You want to do all the things and I want to be done and I want it to be good. So hard. Didn't shame. Shameful thing. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna scrutinize this for anything that I can think of that might make it a little better. Yep. Alright. Distance mothering service. Yeah, totally. Know a lot of people that need it, myself included. Alright. I'm gonna go shake it off, stretch out a little bit. I'll be right back. Yeah. Just need some good mamos. Need a strict screening system. Yeah, that's true. You don't want to, like, be mothered by someone who, like, I don't know, doesn't care at all. Like, makes really bad soup or something. Like, you put dishwashing fluid in my soup? Detergent fluid? Yeah, my brain is fried. Alright, I'm gonna take a little break. I'll be right back.
I'm Lindsay G. I'm the writer, editor, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Hi, I'm Jayel Draco. I'm the illustrator, designer, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Oneshi Press is an independent publisher of progressive, immersive, gorgeous books in print and digital formats.
To start with, we'll be keeping 3 original concepts in production.
Our first 3 are a graphic novel, a comic book, and an art book.
Tracy Queen.
Tracy Queen is a feminist, sex-positive, sci-fi graphic novel about a self-made porn star named Tracy,
who fights her way free of her grandfather's organized crime syndicate, only to get caught up in the porn industry politics and gang warfare.
The fiercely independent, brilliant Tracy decides to fight her battles on her own terms. With the help of her best friend, a talking raccoon who happens to be an electrical engineer,
she creates an army of cyborg clones to help her fight back against the forces of conformity, sexual repression, and evil. Pack.
Our gritty vigilante comic book with a surprisingly humane heart, Pack tells the story of a masked crime fighter named Patience,
and the 6 dogs with whom he roams the dark streets of crime-ridden Brooklyn.
Together as a pack, these ruthless vigilantes sniff out corruption
and deliver their own bloody form of justice to those who they decide deserve it.
They put crime under the fang.
The Great Nations of Rendaria.
The Great Nations of Rendaria, our first art book, is an introduction to the vast fantasy universe that Oneshi Press is helping to create.
This book serves as both backstory and introduction to a diverse, intricate universe in which its narrator, Jan Kazian,
has become obsessed with preserving the memories of the greatest civilizations his world has ever known.
The Great Nations of Rendaria is both a book in its own right, as well as an artifact from the larger story, Children of Gaia.
Oneshi Press is creating a community of fans who enjoy progressive and immersive worlds like the ones that we're building, and we want to invite you to join us.
We're using Patreon, a subscription-based crowdfunding platform, to accept support from fans who love gorgeous books, and to give them rewards in return for their support.
Our supporters can opt in to receive all kinds of goodies when they become part of the Oneshi community. Personalized letters and selfies from characters, 3D drawings, even cameos in our books.
And access to exclusive works in progress as work continues on all of our projects.
One of our favorite rewards, which is made possible by our patrons, is the weekly live stream, during which Jayel streams live on Twitch TV as he creates art for our projects.
Join me live every Tuesday night to watch me create art and to chat with me and other Oneshi Press fans and supporters. Watch in real time as the art takes shape.
At Oneshi Press, we build immersive, progressive, gorgeous worlds.
And you're invited to explore them. Come join us. Feel good about it?
Yeah?
Woo! You're the best! You're awesome! We love you! You're so cool! Thank you! And we're back. Alright, I'm gonna finish this. Oh my gosh. Chat, since I was gone, I'm gonna catch up on this real quick. Box delivery service. You could make it like a... Oh, okay, I thought you meant like delivering mommies in a box. Okay, delivering chicken soup and tea and all that stuff. The top quality mom is the best chicken soup, hot tea made with unicorn cheese. Yes. Oh my god, what? Not a bad thought. I do make dry soup jars. Dried veggies and herbs and such. Whoa, that's awesome. I wonder, like, what the legal and, like, paperwork for all that would be. Actually make that happen. He is recording of a nice old lady reminding you to actually drink the tea. Yeah, super like sweet granny style. 5% royalty for pushing you into the idea. That's what is lacking. Yep, all the stuff. It's the stuff. Why is it always the stuff that gets in the way? That's Alright, I'm gonna do what I came here to do. I'm gonna do this. So close to done. Alright, so I'm gonna turn off the effect. And okay. Losing it. Turn this. Copy that little segment. I just do this so that all my borders are consistent throughout the book. Not that they need to be, but it's just part of my aesthetic for this book. I do it because I wanna. Can't stop me. This is where it gets confusing. I have to cut this bit her leg overlap that's going on there, where the panels are breaking into one another, which is super fun, but like super hard to navigate. Let's turn off effects out of here. Need full brain mode. Activate super brain thinky stuff. Do the thing. Shift and drag so they'll be exactly aligned. Neat trick. There's a lot of panel breaks on this page, which is always, I think, visually interesting. It does make a little bit of a headache in the bordering process. I just made that up. I don't know if there's really a thing called the bordering process. There is now! Damn it. That's what I'm doing. I'm border processing. It sounds kind of like really not fun job. Border patrol or something. Alright, now on my effects, ammo, and then you go onto my layer mask, and if I play my cards right, this might just work. Turn down the opacity so I could see through. Up the hardness on brush a pretty good deal. Turn down the size a pretty good deal. Paint onto the layer mask where I don't want my borders to be. Oh, it'd help if I was at 100% opacity. My borders have drop shadows and styles and all that fun stuff. So I have to make sure that my layer mask exceeds the edge of the drop shadows. Also, if we locate the horny unicorns, we get way more. Yeah, Jayel, we have a mission. Alright, we're doing this. Ooh, I can make a video for it. Complete with unicorn and little old lady. And animate that. Or actually film a little old lady and a unicorn. That might be going in a direction that could get the whole project shut down. But it might also be going in a direction that could get the whole project funded. I mean, this is the 90s, right? Oh wait. Did I miss something? So I think... Whew, confusing, but I think it's there. I think it's working. What a crazy panel break. What headspace was I in when I thought of that? I like it. Whatever. Bad news about the 90s, what? This alpha puppet, don't even joke. Drink your water, make some tea, take a nap, get off the computer and go outside. Bad news about the 90s. Gutter is the usual word in comic land. So I thought the gutter is the in between the two pages, right? Oh. So many different lands. All different. Get your mind out of the gutter! That was an entire adolescence ago. The gutter of the book in general, all the spaces between panels in a comic can be called gutters. Oh. That's definitely like a little different than what I'm used to the word gutter implying with like graphic design or you know, layouts for books. Like in facing pages, the gutter would be that space in the middle, but I guess it makes sense if you have borders like spacing your panels that they would also be gutters. I mean, I guess it's just unused space. A place where grannies never go. Well, that's so not true. Some grannies are like hardcore. I mean, if you think about it, like all of the things that we think of as hardcore, right, were like invented long ago, and many of those people that invented them are grannies now. I guess I was thinking of like a more stereotypical, quintessential granny, but like, don't need stereotypes. F that. Amosaur. Amosaurus. on this page, I only have one weird little panel break. Not even that weird. Yeah, comics have a lot of special words. Example, dongle, the part of a speech bubble that points to the mouth. Ah! Ah! Dongle. Ah! What's your dongle? Dongling. So, in pure tech land, dongle is a different thing. It's like a thing that does stuff. Like you can have like a dongle that, like a USB dongle can contain information that is part of a program. Like, you might need a dongle to run Final Cut, something like if the license is contained on a USB. This way you could have the program on several computers, but you only have one license dongle that you can like plug into the computer that you're using at the moment. I don't know. Love talking to my letterer about our dongles. Yeah. I don't love talking to our letterer about the dongles because the amount of speech that has to fit into, like, say, this panel, for example, is just stupid, and I know she's gonna, like, be like, what the fuck? When she sees this. And I'm just gonna be like, hey, you can do it, right? Make it work, right? And be like, I hate you. It'll just have to, you know, some of the speech bubbles are gonna have to break the border. Which is cool, I love breaking borders. Borders are meant to be breaking. Breakened? We all support the word dongle. Oh, I know that struggle. 2 years and I'm still learning to leave room for the words. Well, you know, I'm always amazed though. Like, really clever lettering, it's like, finds a way to work. Like, in the same way, you know, I have this like bottle breaking that panel. A speech bubble can break a panel if it needs to. It can look really good if the person doing it has good judgment about those things, you know. This is such a wonky layout. It's so wonky. It's full of wonk. Okay. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. No, few spots that I want to fix. Little Nicola is another fine example. This little guy over here. This wee bastard. The bastard's got it all wrong. Got lamplight spilling over him from behind. It's not right. Traditionally, bubbles were the first thing to be inked on the page and everything else around it. Yeah. I guess when everything was in like all the black would be on like one plate. Back in like, you know, 4-plate printing where things had to be like acid etched onto plates. I'm sure like photo developer acid etched, but actually my what's that? I think at a high school, like 99 or 2000. Who let Sean Connery into this chat? Nobody knows, but he won't leave. Yeah, I was working at a print house, a graphic design print house, and a lot of they still had the machines to do printing for like 4-color plates that like you had to photo develop like acetate like positives and then use those to photo develop a coating on metal plates that were then acid etched, and then they would use that for the actual printing press. Crazy. And like so many chemicals that were just so bad for you. My first day on the job, the guy who worked behind me died of a heart attack. Like, no joke. And like that year, the machine he was using was found to be like totally like just, you know, horrible for your health, and there was a big like no one can use these machines anymore, like they're killing people. It's like so weird. Weird. Anyway, totally digressing, but yeah. I also remember like people doing like photomechanical like lettering for like cutting out, like drawing the bubbles separately and cutting them out and like pasting them on, and then making like the photostat of that. Just really weird. So many different like trends of you know, just what the actual like process has gone through. Printing and making comics. So weird. Hardcore. Ooh. I know digital comicers who do their own lettering often put it in first. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so like on some of our other pages, I even, like, I'll have our letterer will give them back as PNGs that I can put on a separate layer. And, you know, part of my logic behind that, let's see, and third page. None of these really have, like, incredibly tight letter. But, But anyway, the idea is like I can change the art, but I already have the lettering like saved on another copy. If I go back in and change the art, you know, nothing has to be updated. And also, I'm gonna change the lettering if we want to change the text or have it, you know, translated to Japanese or Greek or whatever. I think like one of the problems is like when the letter bubbles are like part of the art, that limits a lot of like future options. And also, I don't know if you've seen, but in our Oneshi Press video, we have the what do you call it? It's the motion comics kind of thing starting. I've done a lot of motion comics. You also see that in my reel. Yeah. So like if I wanted to cut apart this panel in Photoshop and bring it into After Effects to like animate her walking down the stairs, it's a lot easier having all these things like on their own separate layers that have nothing to do with affecting the artwork. I try to just always think about like what I'm not thinking about, what I might wish I did in the future, or you know what I mean, like in retrospect, oh, if only I had done this. Those are the moments I really want to avoid. The oh, if onlys, you know. Layers are good. I like layers, yeah. My first forays into comics, I was typing dialogue on a typewriter and taping them onto the sleeves the pages were in. Wow, that's awesome. That's like serious hardcore, like, that's work there. Pop in a couple minor details that I missed the first go around. Oh, that is quite a lag. You're quite a lag, Lindsay Lag. And I'm tired and writing in all caps. Oh. Well, I'm almost done anyway. school 10 years ago. Sometime I'll put those out and scan them for the mockery of the whole mockery of the whole world. Yeah, I'm like so tired I can't even like get past a typo. Normally, you know, things like that, your brain just passes right over, but I'm like, alright. I think these pages are up to. So this is the first time in page 3 that we see her in her living room. Also taking. Just cleaned up her face since then. But it's supposed to be, you know, a couple scenes later. I think the lighting is fitting now. I definitely feel like it was worth having redone this page from the sample. Yeah, I could show you the old sample version. A lot more complicated workflow-wise. A lot harder to like keep consistent. There might be some things that I like better about it, but at the same time, it just didn't fit at all with these other new pages that I've been doing. New methods that I've been employing. I think I like this new. Old-timey comic publisher. Nope, just look like I did. Yes, it looks great. My handwriting is so bad. Yeah, my handwriting is horrible. Perfect. Scratch letter. To drink some tea. But yeah, there's lighting in the new one. Much more subtle. Yeah, and I mean, I like the lighting in the old one, but it was like just all over the board and a lot harder to like try to codify that and keep it consistent with future pages. So now I'm like trying to think about like workflow and not doing things that doesn't make sense to do. And like there's some things like, you know, I actually made this glass like its own layer over the background, and that's really pretty, but like how much extra time did it take me to do that? And there's no way that I can keep that like consistent from page to page. Whereas like this, okay, it's nowhere near like as, you know, artsy, but at the same time like I could bang that out and make sure that it's consistent from panel to panel, page to page. Drip drip Montu. And the new pages definitely, I think, match her newer look anyway a lot better. Gotta be practical. Exactly. That's, you know, I didn't even, when I first started, like, I'd never done comic art before, sequential art like this, so I didn't even know what was or wasn't practical. I was just like, this'll look cool, that'll look cool, and I was doing things, like, in such crazy ways that, like, had no work at all. And there was, like, no way to keep consistent. So anyway. Maybe, possibly happier with it, I guess. I don't know. Notice something that That's what it was. Alright. Time management is pretty key. Yeah, seriously, I did not appreciate that when I first started this. I was like, whatever, I'll just make each page like a painting, and however it comes out, and it'll be super fun, and like... Then like I tried to do just 8 pages, and it was like, this is horrible, what am I doing? So then I just decided to like restart from scratch, page 1, and just do the whole thing. Well, I mean, there was more to it than that. The 8-page sample was not chronological. Which is fine. I look at that as like the proof of concept and practice work. Getting the character right, getting the world right. Now I feel like I'm there and I can bust this out. You know, I colored 2 pages in one evening. I drew 2 pages in one evening. Like, you know, I can do this. But for now, right now, this moment, I think what I need to do is in foods. Alright, that was when I messed up and actually painted the highlights directly on her pants instead of on my highlight layer. That alone. Just gonna call all this done Bond. Well, friends, I gotta go to bed now. My inner mom is bugging me. Awesome. Well, yep, that's what I gotta do as well. I gotta eat and watch something that can just kind of clear my head and then go to bed. Thank you so much, Pink, for hanging out. It was really awesome. I enjoyed the conversation. Yeah, I'll see you around. Have a great night. Good night, everybody. Be well.